Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. Why the Room of Requirement was Ravenclaw's personal study. The ancient corridors of Hogwarts have always whispered secrets to those patient enough to listen. Among the many mysteries contained within its weathered stone walls, perhaps none is more intriguing than the Room of Requirement, that remarkable chamber that appears only when one has real need of it. We know it as a room that transforms itself according to the seeker's requirements, becoming a broom cupboard for those seeking concealment, a lavatory for those in desperate need, or even a vast training ground for a secret student army. But what if this extraordinary room wasn't a collaborative creation of the four founders, but rather the personal study of Rowena Ravenclaw herself? Consider what we know of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder celebrated for her intelligence, creativity, and wisdom. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, as her house's motto proclaims. Of all the founders, she was perhaps the most experimental, the most likely to push the boundaries of what magic could accomplish. The creation of a room that could transform itself according to need would certainly align with her innovative spirit and intellectual prowess. The canonical evidence offers tantalizing clues. We know Ravenclaw valued intelligence and learning above all else. Her most prized possession was her diadem, enchanted to enhance the wisdom of the wearer. A witch so dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge would surely desire a private space where she could conduct her research uninterrupted, a sanctuary where she could experiment with complex and perhaps dangerous magic beyond the eyes of students or even her fellow founders. Picture Rowena in the early days of Hogwarts, climbing the twisting staircases to the 7th floor, her midnight blue robes trailing behind her as she paces 3 times before a seemingly blank wall. As the ornate door materializes, she enters her sanctuary, a vast circular room lined with towering bookshelves containing texts too rare or too powerful for the main library. The ceiling would be enchanted much like the Great Hall, but rather than reflecting the weather, it might display astronomical charts, shifting and recalculating as she worked through the night. In the center, perhaps, stood a large workbench of polished elm wood, its surface etched with intricate runes that glowed faintly in the candlelight. Here she could spread out ancient scrolls and perform complex spellwork without fear of interruption. Around her, the room would respond to her unspoken needs, conjuring reference books from the shelves when her thoughts turned to a particular subject, adjusting the lighting as her eyes grew tired, or even preparing a pot of tea when she required refreshment. This theory becomes more compelling when we consider the room's location. The Room of Requirement is situated on the 7th floor, a number of great magical significance, representing completion and perfection. It's also opposite a tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy, attempting to train trolls for the ballet, a scene that could be interpreted as representing the folly of pursuing knowledge without wisdom, a subtle warning perhaps placed by Ravenclaw herself. The room's abilities also mirror qualities especially valued by Ravenclaw. Its capacity to transform suggests adaptability and creative problem-solving. Its requirement that seekers define their needs specifically demonstrates the importance of clear thinking and precise expression. Even the method of access, walking past 3 times while concentrating on one's need, reflects the dedication and focused thought that characterizes Ravenclaw's approach to magic. What if the reason the room responds so perfectly to need is that it was designed to respond specifically to Rowena's thoughts? Perhaps in creating her perfect workspace, she imbued it with a form of sentience, allowing it to anticipate and fulfill her requirements before she even articulated them. Over the centuries, after her death, this enchantment may have evolved, becoming more generalized to respond to any seeker with sufficient need and determination, but retaining its core function as a space that transforms itself to serve the pursuit of knowledge and achievement. Consider also how the room presented itself when Dumbledore's army required a training space. It became a perfect classroom for defensive magic practice, complete with cushions for stunning practice, dark detectors, and shelves of relevant books. The room didn't just provide empty space, it actively facilitated learning, as if still connected to its original purpose as a place of education and skill development. However, we must acknowledge the counterarguments to this theory. Some might point out that if the Room of Requirement was originally Ravenclaw's creation, why wouldn't this fact be recorded in Hogwarts, a history, or other historical texts? The answer might lie in Ravenclaw's own nature. Known for her privacy and independence, she may have kept her personal study secret even from her fellow founders. Alternatively, the knowledge might have been lost over the centuries, particularly after Ravenclaw's estrangement from her daughter Helena, who might have been the only other person privy to the room's true origins. Others might question why the room would respond to needs unrelated to academic pursuits if it was designed as a study. Yet this could be explained by the evolving nature of the enchantments over a millennium of magical saturation, or perhaps Ravenclaw's original design was more expansive than we imagine. A truly wise witch would understand that learning takes many forms and occurs in many contexts, even in a room filled with chamber pots, as Dumbledore once discovered. Let us imagine for a moment what might have happened to transform Ravenclaw's private study into the Room of Requirement we know today. Perhaps as Rowena aged, she realized the potential her creation held for future generations of students. Maybe in her final years, she modified the enchantments, deliberately expanding the room's purpose beyond her personal use, transforming it from a private sanctuary to a resource for all who truly needed it. Her final, and perhaps greatest gift to the school she helped create. Or perhaps the transformation was unintentional. Magic at Hogwarts has always shown a tendency to evolve and develop in unexpected ways. The concentrated magical energy of countless students and teachers over centuries might have gradually altered the room's original purpose, shaped by the collective needs and desires of the castle's inhabitants. The connection to Ravenclaw becomes even more intriguing when we consider the fate of her lost diadem. Helena Ravenclaw stole the diadem and hid it in an Albanian forest, where it remained until Tom Riddle charmed the location from her ghost, and later returned to Hogwarts to apply for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. During that visit, he concealed the diadem, now a Horcrux, in the Room of Requirement in its Lost Things configuration. Was it mere coincidence that Rowena's most precious creation, her diadem, ended up hidden in what might have been her other great creation, her personal study? Or might there have been some ancient magic at work, some remnant of Rowena's original enchantment that drew the diadem back to its creator's sanctuary? This theory opens fascinating questions about the nature of Hogwarts itself. If Ravenclaw could create a room of such extraordinary magical properties, what might the other founders have left behind? Secret chambers and hidden passageways we know exist throughout the castle. Might each founder have contributed their own unique space, imbued with their particular magical talents and reflecting their personal values? As the candlelight flickers across ancient tomes, their pages yellowed with age, we might wonder, when students and teachers pace before that blank wall on the 7th floor, concentrating on their needs, are they unknowingly connecting with the brilliant mind of Rowena Ravenclaw herself? Is the Room of Requirement not merely responding to their thoughts, but filtering them through the wisdom and judgment of one of the greatest witches in history? And if Ravenclaw's personal study could evolve into something so extraordinary over the centuries, what other founder secrets might still be waiting to be discovered within Hogwarts' ancient walls? Chapter 2. The Unknown Powers of Gryffindor's Sword. Ancient weapons often contain mysteries deeper than their gleaming surfaces suggest. As twilight settles around us, let us delve into the fascinating theory that Godric Gryffindor's legendary sword possesses abilities far beyond what has been revealed in the chronicles of Harry Potter, powers that may have shaped the course of wizarding history in ways we have yet to fully comprehend. The canonical history of the sword is relatively sparse, yet significant. We know it was crafted over 1,000 years ago by goblins, whose metalwork is not only beautiful, but imbued with unique magical properties. Forged from pure silver with rubies set into its hilt, the sword bears Godric Gryffindor's name etched just beneath the guard. Its most well-documented ability is to absorb that which strengthens it, a property dramatically demonstrated when Harry used it to slay the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, causing the blade to become imbued with basilisk venom, making it capable of destroying Horcruxes. But what if this remarkable ability to absorb and incorporate powerful substances is merely the surface of its capabilities? What if the sword, over its 1,000-year existence, has absorbed far more than we realize? Imagine the sword resting in its glass case in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, seemingly dormant yet silently absorbing the ambient magic that permeates the castle. The concentrated power of countless spells cast by the most talented witches and wizards in Britain, the residual energy of ancient protective enchantments, the very essence of magical education itself, all potentially absorbed into the silver blade, layer upon layer over centuries. Perhaps the sword's true power is not just in what it has absorbed, but in how it releases that power when needed. Consider how it appeared to Harry in the Forest of Dean, beneath the frozen pool, not just anywhere, but in a place where he would have to demonstrate true Gryffindor courage to retrieve it. The sword may have a consciousness of sorts, an ability to judge character and determine worthiness that goes beyond the simple enchantment to appear to any true Gryffindor in a time of need. There is evidence to suggest that goblin-made objects are far more sentient than wizards typically acknowledge. Goblins themselves consider ownership of such items to be perpetually theirs, merely leased to wizards during their lifetimes. This perspective hints at a deeper connection between creator and creation than wizards understand. If goblin metalwork contains something of its maker's essence, might the sword have absorbed aspects of Gryffindor himself during his lifetime of wielding it? Visualize Godric Gryffindor in the early days of Hogwarts, the sword at his side as he teaches students, duels other wizards, and performs remarkable feats of magic. His courage, his magical prowess, his very character might have imprinted upon the blade. In this light, the sword's ability to appear to worthy Gryffindors becomes more than a simple enchantment. It becomes a form of judgment, with the essence of Gryffindor himself determining who is worthy to wield his legacy. Another intriguing possibility lies in the sword's potential healing powers. Silver has long been associated with purification and healing in both Muggle and magical traditions. The sword's absorption of basilisk venom, one of the most deadly substances in the wizarding world, suggests a remarkable ability to contain and potentially neutralize dangerous magical substances. What if, in the right hands, the sword could release controlled amounts of absorbed substances for healing purposes? Imagine a scenario where a wizard or witch severely injured by dark magic could be healed by the mere touch of the sword, the blade drawing out the corrupting influence, much as Phoenix tears neutralized the basilisk venom in Harry's wound. This power may have been known to Gryffindor himself, but lost to history after his death, becoming one of many forgotten magical techniques. The sword's connection to fire is another avenue worth exploring. Gryffindor was associated with the element of fire, and the rubies in the hilt evoke flames caught in precious stone. What if the sword could, in times of great need, become a conduit for magical fire, not the destructive fiend fire, but a purifying flame that burns away only that which is corrupt or evil? This would align with the sword's demonstrated ability to destroy Horcruxes, perhaps suggesting that this power extends beyond the mere presence of basilisk venom. Picture the blade in battle, glowing with an inner fire that does not burn its wielder but cascades along the silver in waves of purifying heat when it strikes dark magical objects or creatures. Such a power would have made it an unparalleled weapon against the dark arts, explaining why it was so revered, and why its creation was considered such a masterpiece of goblin craftsmanship. There is also the curious matter of the sword's ability to transport itself. We know it can appear when needed, vanishing from its display case and materializing elsewhere, as it did inside the sorting hat when Harry faced the basilisk, or when Neville pulled it from the hat to slay Nagini. But could this transportation ability be more nuanced and controllable than we've been led to believe? Perhaps the sword can serve as a form of magical beacon, allowing those connected to it, those who have previously wielded it with honor, perhaps, to transport themselves to its location in times of dire need. This would create a network of Gryffindor's champions across time, each able to come to the aid of another when courage and valor are most required. The sword's relationship with the sorting hat presents another fascinating dimension to consider. The two objects seem linked, with the hat serving as a vessel for the sword when needed. This partnership between two ancient magical artifacts suggests a deeper connection than mere convenience. Perhaps both objects contain aspects of Gryffindor's consciousness or magical signature, allowing them to work in concert across great distances. Or perhaps the hat, with its ability to see into the minds and hearts of students, communicates with the sword, informing it of worthy wielders. Consider too the sword's potential role as a conduit for ancient magic. The sword was created in an era when magic may have worked differently, when the boundaries between different types of magical practice were less defined. It may contain forms of magic no longer practiced or understood in the modern wizarding world, spells and enchantments lost to time, preserved only in the silver of the blade. One particularly compelling theory suggests that the sword may serve as a focus for group magic, the combined magical power of multiple wizards working together. In ancient times, before wands became the standard tool for magical focus, various objects were used to channel and amplify collective magical workings. The sword, with its connection to courage and nobility, might have been designed to channel the combined power of Gryffindor and his most trusted allies. Imagine a circle of wizards, hands upon the blade, their magic flowing through the silver, amplified and directed by the sword's inherent properties. Such collective magic could have created protections and enchantments far more powerful than any individual wizard could manage, perhaps even contributing to the legendary protections that surround Hogwarts itself. Despite these compelling possibilities, we must acknowledge the counter-arguments. If the sword possessed such remarkable powers, why weren't they more explicitly documented or utilized during the Wizarding Wars? Perhaps the knowledge was deliberately suppressed. Magical weapons of such potential power would be dangerous in the wrong hands. Or perhaps the full activation of these powers requires specific conditions or knowledge that has been lost over the centuries. The theory of the sword's hidden powers invites us to reconsider not just the artifact itself, but the nature of its creator. Godric Gryffindor is often portrayed as the most straightforward of the founders, valuing courage above all, and approaching problems directly. But creating a weapon of such subtle and varied magical properties would suggest a far more nuanced understanding of magic than he is typically credited with. As the last embers glow in the hearth, we are left to wonder, what other powers might the sword of Gryffindor possess, waiting for the right wielder to discover them? If the sword judges worthiness based on qualities valued by Gryffindor himself, might it one day reveal its full potential to a witch or wizard who embodies not just courage, but the complete vision of what Godric Gryffindor truly stood for? And if such powers were awakened, how might they once again change the course of wizarding history? Chapter 3. How Fawkes is actually an animagus. Mysteries often perch in plain sight, their true nature obscured by assumptions that remain unquestioned for generations. Tonight, we explore a most intriguing possibility, that Fawkes, the Phoenix companion of Albus Dumbledore, might not be a true Phoenix at all, but rather a wizard in an extraordinary animagus form, a transformation so complete and convincing that it has maintained its secret through centuries. The canonical understanding of Fawkes is relatively straightforward. He appears as a magnificent phoenix with crimson plumage that glows like fire. He demonstrates the legendary abilities attributed to phoenixes, incredible healing powers through his tears, the capacity to carry immensely heavy loads, loyalty that transcends ordinary magical bonds, and the ability to be reborn from his own ashes after a burning day. Fawkes is presented as Dumbledore's loyal companion, appearing mysteriously in the headmaster's office sometime during Dumbledore's tenure at Hogwarts. Yet there are subtle inconsistencies and curious behaviors that give rise to our theory. Consider the remarkable intelligence Fawkes displays, even by the standards of magical creatures. He understands complex situations, makes moral judgments, and takes independent action in crucial moments, such as bringing the Sorting Hat to Harry in the Chamber of Secrets, or intercepting Voldemort's killing curse during the battle at the Ministry of Magic. While magical creatures in the wizarding world often demonstrate heightened intelligence, Fawkes's behaviors suggest a human-like capacity for strategic thinking and ethical reasoning. Imagine, if you will, a wizard of extraordinary power and wisdom from an ancient time, perhaps even contemporary with the founders of Hogwarts themselves. Picture this wizard, after decades of magical study, achieving what most would consider impossible, an animagus transformation into a magical creature, rather than an ordinary animal. The magical theory behind such a transformation would be extraordinarily complex, perhaps requiring years of preparatory ritual and a fundamental reconfiguration of one's magical essence. The wizard chooses the phoenix form deliberately, symbolic of rebirth, of transcending mortality's limitations. Through this transformation he gains not just the appearance, but the actual abilities of the phoenix, including its most coveted power, renewal through fire, a form of functional immortality that would allow him to witness and influence wizarding history across centuries. Now consider the curious timing of Fawkes's appearance in Dumbledore's life. The phoenix arrives not during Dumbledore's youth or early career, but precisely when he begins to emerge as the greatest wizard of the modern era, a pivotal moment in wizarding history. What if this timing wasn't coincidental? What if the wizard-turned-phoenix had been watching, waiting for a worthy companion who could help shape the wizarding world toward a better future? The relationship between Dumbledore and Fawkes has always been presented as unusually profound. Unlike typical magical familiars who are somewhat subservient to their wizards, Fawkes demonstrates a partnership with Dumbledore that suggests equality. They communicate without words, seem to share an understanding that transcends ordinary magical bonds, and work together with a synchronicity that suggests a meeting of similar minds, rather than master and companion. Most telling, perhaps, is Fawkes's behavior after Dumbledore's death. He sings a lament of heart-wrenching beauty, then departs Hogwarts, never to return. This behavior differs significantly from what we know of magical creatures' typical attachments to locations. If Fawkes were truly a phoenix who had made Hogwarts his territory, why would he abandon it entirely? However, if Fawkes were actually a wizard in animagus form who had formed a specific partnership with Dumbledore, his departure makes perfect emotional sense. His purpose at Hogwarts concluded with his friend's passing. Picture Fawkes on the night of Dumbledore's death, perched near the astronomy tower. The phoenix's normally brilliant plumage seems dimmed with grief, his intelligent eyes reflecting the starlight as he surveys the castle that has been his home for decades. In this moment, perhaps human emotions, not just phoenix instincts, guide his mournful song and subsequent departure. He has remained in this form for so long that the boundaries between his phoenix and human consciousness have blurred, yet the depth of his grief is unmistakably human. The theory becomes even more compelling when we consider Dumbledore's own secretive nature, known for keeping crucial information close, even from those he trusted most. Might Dumbledore have known Fawkes's true nature? Their relationship could have been a partnership of equals, two ancient wizards, one in human form, and one who had chosen the phoenix form, working together across decades to guide the wizarding world through its darkest hours. This would explain Dumbledore's absolute confidence in Fawkes's judgment and abilities. It would clarify why Fawkes could act with such precision in moments of crisis without explicit instruction. It might even explain how Dumbledore arranged certain contingencies after his death. Perhaps Fawkes, as a sentient being with human intelligence, was entrusted with continuing certain plans. We might also consider the rarity of phoenixes in Wizarding Britain. If they are natural magical creatures, why do we never encounter another throughout the entire series? Their absence is conspicuous, especially given their extraordinary magical properties and historical significance. However, if the ability to transform into a phoenix represents the absolute pinnacle of animagus achievement, a feat achieved by perhaps only a handful of wizards throughout history, their rarity makes perfect sense. The mechanics of such a transformation would be fascinating to consider. Traditional animagus transformation requires maintaining one's human mind within an animal form. However, transforming into a magical creature might create a more complex merger of consciousnesses. The wizard might experience a blending of human thought with phoenix instinct, creating a unique perspective that combines human wisdom with the phoenix's innate magical nature. This theory also offers an interesting perspective on phoenix rebirth. If Fawkes is an animagus, what happens during a burning day? Perhaps the wizard's consciousness remains, while the physical form undergoes the phoenix's natural regeneration cycle. This would represent an unprecedented form of magical experience, a conscious witnessing of one's own rebirth, over and over through centuries. Consider too the inherent symbolism of a wizard choosing a phoenix form. The phoenix represents not just rebirth, but moral purity, healing, and the triumph of light over darkness, qualities that align perfectly with Dumbledore's own values and life's work. If Fawkes were indeed a wizard who had chosen this form, the choice would reflect a profound philosophical alignment with these same principles. There are, of course, counter-arguments to this theory. The most significant is the question of why such an extraordinary wizard would remain in phoenix form permanently rather than transforming back to human form when needed. Traditional animagi like Sirius Black or Rita Skeeter use their animal forms strategically, but return to human form for most activities. This objection might be answered in several ways. Perhaps the transformation being so magical and profound becomes increasingly difficult to reverse the longer one remains in phoenix form. Maybe centuries in this form created a situation where the wizard's original human body would be too vulnerable, unable to survive the reverse transformation after so long. Or most intriguing of all, perhaps the wizard discovered that the phoenix form offered unique opportunities to influence history subtly, without the complications that come with direct human involvement. Another objection might be that the Ministry of Magic maintains a registry of animagi, and surely such an extraordinary transformation would be recorded. Yet we know that unregistered animagi exist, as demonstrated by James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. A wizard of sufficient power and discretion, particularly one from an ancient era before modern ministry regulations, could certainly remain unregistered. The possibility that Fawkes might be an animagus invites us to reconsider many moments throughout the Harry Potter series. When Fawkes brought the sorting hat to Harry in the Chamber of Secrets, was this merely a magical creature's instinct, or the calculated decision of an ancient wizard who recognized the need to provide Harry with Gryffindor's sword? When Fawkes healed Harry's basilisk wound, was this simply Phoenix tears at work, or was it the compassionate act of a wizard who had mastered healing magic in his human form and carried that knowledge into his transformation? As the theory settles into your imagination like embers glowing in twilight, consider the implications for the wider wizarding world. If one wizard achieved this extraordinary transformation, might others have done so as well? Could other supposedly natural magical creatures actually be wizards who chose to transcend their human limitations? Might the most exceptional magical creatures, those that demonstrate unusual intelligence, moral comprehension, or attachment to specific wizards, actually be animagi, who have maintained their secrets across centuries? And what became of Fawkes after he departed Hogwarts? If he is indeed a wizard in animagus form, did he seek another worthy companion to assist in guiding the wizarding world? Or did he perhaps, after centuries in phoenix form, finally find a way to return to human form, walking among wizards once more? His experiences and wisdom accumulated across a millennium of witnessing history unfold through the eyes of a phoenix. Chapter 4. Why Crookshanks recognized Sirius as a Kenny-Azel hybrid. The gentle patter of rain against window panes creates a perfect atmosphere for exploring one of the more subtle mysteries of the wizarding world. We delve into an intriguing theory that might explain the peculiar bond between Hermione's cat Crookshanks and Sirius Black, that Crookshanks recognized Sirius not merely through animal instinct, but through a shared magical heritage, that Sirius Black himself might have nasal blood in his ancestry. In the canonical record, we first meet Crookshanks in the magical menagerie during Harry, Ron, and Hermione's trip to Diagon Alley before their third year at Hogwarts. Described as a large ginger cat with a bottle-brush tail, squashed face, and slightly bow-legged appearance, Crookshanks immediately displays unusual behavior by attacking Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, who we later discover is actually Peter Pettigrew in his animagus form. Throughout Prisoner of Azkaban, Crookshanks demonstrates remarkable intelligence and perception, repeatedly attempting to catch Scabbers, and later forming an alliance with Sirius in his dog form. The shopkeeper at the magical menagerie mentions that Crookshanks had been in the shop for a long time, with nobody wanting to buy him. We later learn that Crookshanks is part Neasel, a magical feline creature known for its intelligence and uncanny ability to detect untrustworthy individuals. This explains his immediate hostility toward Pettigrew, and his ability to recognize Sirius as trustworthy, despite his fearsome appearance as the large black dog. But what if there was more to Crookshanks' immediate acceptance of Sirius? What if, beyond recognizing Sirius as an animagus distinct from a true dog, Crookshanks sensed a magical kinship, a shared Kenny-Azel heritage? Consider the ancient and noble House of Black, with its proud tradition of magical purity and its peculiar affinity for bestowing celestial names upon its children. Sirius, named for the dog star, seems particularly fitting given his animagus form. But what if this naming tradition had deeper roots than mere astronomical appreciation? What if, centuries ago, the Black family line had intersected with Kenny-Azel blood, creating a lineage of wizards and witches with subtle feline traits, enhanced perception, independence, territorial instincts, and a particular affinity for transformation magic? Imagine an ancient black ancestor, perhaps in the medieval period when the boundaries between magical beings were less rigidly defined in wizarding law. This ancestor might have fallen in love with a shape-shifting magical being with nasal heritage, or perhaps engaged in experimental magic that merged human and nasal essences. Such practices, while likely frowned upon in later eras, might have been less taboo in ancient magical communities, where blood status distinctions were focused more on magical versus non-magical heritage, rather than human versus non-human ancestry. Over generations, the obvious physical traits of this nasal heritage would have faded, bred out through marriages with other pure-blood families, but certain magical affinities might have persisted, particularly the natural talent for transformation that could explain the unusual affinity for animagus magic that Sirius displayed. Remember that becoming an animagus is extraordinarily difficult magic, yet Sirius and James Potter managed it while still at Hogwarts, a remarkable achievement suggesting unusual natural aptitude. Picture Sirius Black as a student at Hogwarts, finding the animagus transformation coming to him with surprising intuition, his form naturally settling into the canine shape, despite what might have been a distant feline ancestry. The dog form would reflect his conscious personality, loyal, playful, protective, while perhaps the ease of his transformation reflected the Kenny-Azel heritage flowing in his veins, unbeknownst to him. This theory becomes particularly compelling when we consider Crookshanks' behavior around Sirius. The part Kenny-Azel cat not only refrains from attacking Sirius in his animagus form, but actively collaborates with him, helping to bring Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the Shrieking Shack. Crookshanks even demonstrates protective behavior towards Sirius, sitting on his chest when he's knocked down during the confrontation in the shack, as if standing guard over a recognized kinsman. Niezels are known to possess an almost supernatural ability to recognize magical kinship and detect deception. If Sirius carried Niezel blood, however diluted by centuries, Crookshanks would likely sense this shared heritage, a magical signature that resonated with his own. This would explain not just Crookshanks' willingness to trust Sirius, but the apparent ease with which they communicated and coordinated their efforts to expose Pettigrew. The Black family's notorious independence and somewhat territorial nature could also be seen as echoes of Knezel traits. Sirius in particular demonstrated the classic Knezel characteristic of forming intense bonds with those he deemed worthy of his trust, while remaining fiercely autonomous. His ability to resist the soul-destroying effects of Azkaban by retreating into his animagus form might also hint at non-human resilience in his magical makeup, an ability to process emotions differently when in transformed state, perhaps drawing on his theoretical Knezel heritage. Consider too the Black family's traditional residence at Grimmauld Place, a home hidden from view, protected by powerful magic, and filled with secrets. This preference for concealed, protected territory mirrors the behavior of Knezels, who are known to establish and fiercely defend their chosen territories. The Black family motto, toujours pur, always pure, takes on an intriguing double meaning in this context, perhaps initially referring not just to magical purity in the human sense, but to the preservation of their unique magical heritage. The characteristic gray eyes found in many members of the Black family could be another subtle indicator of Knazel ancestry. Knezels are described as having spotted fur, but their eye color is not specifically mentioned in canonical sources. However, many feline magical creatures are noted for unusual, luminous eyes. The distinctive gray eyes of the Black family might be a diluted version of more obviously magical feline eyes from their distant ancestry. This theory might also explain some of the more unusual traits in other members of the Black family. Bellatrix's feral intensity and predatory nature, Andromeda's independence in breaking with family tradition to marry Ted Tonks, even Narcissa's protective instincts toward Draco, all could be seen as expressions of Knezel traits manifesting in different ways through the family line. Most significantly, this theoretical Knezel heritage might explain Sirius's unusual depth of connection with Harry, not just as his godfather, but as a magical being instinctively recognizing and protecting a young wizard who needed guidance. Niezels are known to form strong protective bonds with wizards and witches they deem worthy, sometimes even choosing their magical companions rather than the reverse. Sirius's immediate and intense commitment to Harry's welfare, even after years in Azkaban had deteriorated his mental health, suggests a bond that transcended ordinary human attachment. There are, of course, counter-arguments to this theory. Critics might point out that Sirius's animagus form was a dog, not a feline, which would seem counterintuitive for someone with Knezel heritage. However, animagus forms reflect the inner nature and personality of the wizard, not necessarily their genetic ancestry. Sirius's loyal, playful, protective nature would naturally manifest as a canine form, regardless of any distant feline ancestry. Others might argue that if the Black family had non-human ancestry, this would contradict their obsession with blood purity, yet this assumes that the family was always aware of this heritage. It's entirely possible that the original introduction of Knazel blood was either forgotten over generations, or deliberately obscured, perhaps becoming one of the family secrets buried beneath years of revised history. The later generations' obsession with blood purity might even be a compensatory mechanism, an overcorrection stemming from subconscious ancestral knowledge of their mixed heritage. Some might question why Crookshanks would recognize Knezel heritage in Sirius, but not display similar recognition toward other members of the Black family, such as Bellatrix or Narcissa. The answer might lie in the variable expression of magical inheritance. Just as Metamorphangus abilities appeared strongly in Nymphadora Tonks, but not in her Black relatives, the magical signature of Knezel heritage might have manifested more strongly in Sirius than in his cousins. As we explore this theory, We might wonder about other potential instances of non-human ancestry in wizarding bloodlines. The wizarding world's history is long and complex, with many ancient families tracing their lineage back to eras when the boundaries between different magical beings were less defined. Might other pure-blood families carry similar secrets in their genetic history? Could this explain the occasional emergence of unusual magical talents or physical characteristics in certain family lines? Imagine the implications this would have for the pure-blood ideology that drove Voldemort's rise to power. If even the ancient and noble House of Black, staunch supporters of blood purity and prominent among the Sacred 28, carried non-human ancestry, how many other pure-blood families might have similar heritage? The entire concept of blood purity would be revealed as fundamentally flawed, based on selective historical amnesia, rather than actual genetic reality. As the soft light of evening fades into night, consider how this theory reframes the relationship between Sirius and Crookshanks, not just as an intelligent magical creature recognizing an innocent man, but as two beings sharing a magical kinship, recognizing in each other a common heritage that transcended their apparent differences. And perhaps, as you drift towards sleep, you might wonder what other hidden connections might exist in the wizarding world, what ancient bloodlines might intermingle in ways that would surprise even those who carry them, and how might such connections continue to influence the unfolding of magical history in ways yet to be discovered. Chapter 5. The truth that McGonagall can transform into any animal. Within the warm embrace of magical theory, there exist possibilities that challenge our fundamental understanding of established magical principles. Tonight, let us explore an extraordinary proposition that Minerva McGonagall, the formidable Transfiguration Professor, whose animagus form manifests as a silver tabby cat, might possess a far more remarkable ability, the power to transform not into just one animal, but potentially any animal form she chooses. The canonical understanding of animagi is quite specific. We learn through Professor McGonagall's own lessons, as well as through the experiences of Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and James Potter, that an animagious transformation is typically limited to a single animal form that reflects the inner nature of the witch or wizard. This form is not chosen but rather revealed through the complex and dangerous process of becoming an animagus. The Ministry maintains a registry of animagi precisely because the ability is so rare and the transformation so difficult to master. McGonagall's registered form is, of course, a silver tabby cat with distinctive square markings around her eyes, mirroring her square spectacles in human form. This feline shape suits her perfectly: intelligent, observant, precise, and capable of moving with both stealth and dignity. Yet there are subtle moments throughout the series that hint at a deeper, more complex relationship with her transformative abilities than she publicly acknowledges. Consider McGonagall's position as the Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts, widely recognized as one of the most talented practitioners of this branch of magic in Britain. Transfiguration involves changing one thing into another through magical manipulation of form and essence, a discipline that would share theoretical foundations with animagus transformation, which is itself a specialized form of self-transfiguration. Imagine if McGonagall, through decades of theoretical research and practical experimentation, had discovered a method to transcend the traditional limitations of animagus transformation. Picture her in her private study late at night, surrounded by ancient texts on transformation magic borrowed from the Hogwarts restricted section, meticulously documenting her attempts to push the boundaries of self-transfiguration beyond what conventional magical theory considered possible. Her breakthrough might have come gradually, perhaps first as an ability to make subtle variations to her cat form, altering coloration or size. Then, with continued research, she might have discovered how to assume characteristics of different feline species, transforming from a domestic cat into a lioness, then a lynx, expanding her range of forms within the feline family. Finally, after years of discipline and magical innovation, she might have achieved what no other known animagus had accomplished: the ability to assume any animal form through a profound understanding of the magical principles underlying transformation. Why then, you might wonder, would McGonagall keep such an extraordinary ability secret? There are several compelling reasons. First, such power would likely attract unwanted attention from the Ministry of Magic, which maintains strict control over magical innovations, particularly those involving personal transformation. The Ministry might insist on extensive testing and regulation of such an ability, potentially limiting McGonagall's freedom to use and develop her skill. Second, during Voldemort's rise to power, such an ability would make McGonagall an exceptionally valuable asset to the Order of the Phoenix for reconnaissance and covert operations. The advantage of being able to assume multiple animal forms for surveillance would be compromised if this ability became widely known. Third, as a professor dedicated to the proper education of young witches and wizards, McGonagall would be concerned about the implications of revealing such an ability. Becoming an animagus is already dangerous enough that it's closely regulated. Students attempting to replicate McGonagall's multiple transformations without proper understanding could face disastrous consequences. There are subtle clues throughout the series that might support this theory. Consider McGonagall's exceptional skill in transfiguration demonstrations. In Harry's first transfiguration class, she transforms her desk into a pig and back again, a complex transformation of a non-living object into a living creature, demonstrated with apparent ease. This level of mastery suggests a profound understanding of the magical principles that govern transformation between different states of being. More telling is McGonagall's reaction to the false moody Barty Crouch Jr. transforming Draco Malfoy into a ferret. While she clearly objects to the punishment on principle, her specific concern about transforming students seems particularly informed, as if she has personal experience with the complex magical and ethical implications of transforming between human and animal states in ways beyond the standard animagus transformation. Picture McGonagall on a mission for the Order of the Phoenix during the First Wizarding War. As darkness falls over a remote forest, she transforms not into her well-known cat form, which Death Eaters might recognize and report, but into an inconspicuous owl, perfect for nighttime surveillance. Perched high in a tree, she observes a gathering of Voldemort's supporters, her keen avian eyes missing nothing. When they disperse, she transforms again, perhaps into a small rodent to follow one particular Death Eater unnoticed, or a wolf to traverse the forest quickly and silently. Such versatility would make her an invaluable asset to Dumbledore's resistance efforts. Consider how Sirius Black, limited to his dog form, was eventually recognized and reported to the Ministry. McGonagall, able to shift between animal forms, would be nearly impossible to track or identify, making her the perfect secret operative. This theory might also explain certain gaps in McGonagall's known timeline. There are periods, particularly during the first rise of Voldemort, where her activities aren't fully accounted for in the canonical record. What if during these times, she was undertaking covert missions for the Order, utilizing her unique transformative abilities in ways that could never be officially acknowledged or recorded? The magical theory behind such an ability would be fascinating to consider. Traditional animagus transformation is understood to reveal an animal form that represents the wizard's inner nature. McGonagall's innovation might involve separating the transformation process from this spiritual connection, making it a matter of pure magical technique rather than innate correspondence. Alternatively, she might have discovered that a sufficiently complex personality contains aspects that could correspond to multiple animal forms, allowing her to access different facets of her own nature through different transformations. Consider the immense magical discipline such an ability would require. Even standard animagus transformation demands exceptional focus and magical control. The ability to transform into multiple animals would require a mastery of magical principles far beyond ordinary achievement. This aligns perfectly with McGonagall's character. Her precision, discipline, and intellectual rigor would make her uniquely suited to developing and controlling such advanced magic. There are, of course, counterarguments to this theory. The most obvious is the lack of direct evidence in the canonical text. McGonagall is only ever seen transforming into a cat, and there's no explicit mention of her possessing broader transformative abilities. However, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, particularly when considering an ability that would be kept deliberately secret for strategic reasons. Critics might also point to the established magical theory that limits animagi to a single form, yet the history of magic is filled with examples of exceptional individuals transcending the theoretical limitations of their time. Dumbledore's discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, Nicholas Flamel's creation of the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort's development of methods to create multiple Horcruxes all represent magical innovations that went beyond what was previously thought possible. Perhaps the most compelling argument against this theory is the question of why McGonagall wouldn't use such an ability more openly during the Battle of Hogwarts or other critical moments. However, even in desperate circumstances, revealing such a closely guarded secret capability would have long-term consequences. Additionally, her cat form may indeed be her most practiced and therefore most useful transformation in combat situations, where the familiarity of movement and reflexes would be crucial. If McGonagall does possess this extraordinary ability, it raises fascinating questions about the future of animagus research. Has she documented her methods? Has she privately mentored any exceptional transfiguration students in these techniques? Might there be a hidden grimoire in her personal collection, waiting to be discovered by a future magical scholar with sufficient talent to comprehend and use it responsibly? Imagine McGonagall in her later years, perhaps after retirement from Hogwarts, considering the legacy of her magical discoveries. Would she choose to reveal her breakthrough to select members of the magical community, or would she take her secret to the grave, believing that such power is too easily misused? Perhaps she might leave carefully encoded instructions, accessible only to a future witch or wizard, who demonstrates both the magical aptitude and ethical judgment necessary to use such abilities wisely. As the firelight dims and shadows lengthen across the room, consider the possibility that there are layers of magic still undiscovered or unacknowledged within the wizarding world. What other established magical limitations might simply be boundaries not yet crossed by sufficiently talented or innovative practitioners? And if McGonagall has indeed transcended the traditional constraints of animagus transformation, what might this suggest about the true nature of magic itself? Not as a fixed system of immutable rules, but as a fluid, evolving force, limited only by the imagination, understanding, and courage of those who wield it. Chapter 6. How Umbridge is part troll. In the shadowy corners of wizarding genealogy lie secrets that many would prefer remain hidden. As the evening settles around us like a comfortable cloak, let us examine a most controversial theory that Dolores Jane Umbridge, former senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic and Defense against the Dark Arts professor, might carry troll blood in her veins, a heritage that could explain much about her appearance, personality, and the peculiar contradictions of her character. The canonical description of Dolores Umbridge presents us with a witch of notably unusual appearance. She is described as squat, with a broad, flabby face, a wide, slack mouth, and little neck. Her eyes are notably bulging, and her hands are repeatedly compared to large, pale toads. While this description alone doesn't prove non-human ancestry, it does establish a physical appearance that diverges significantly from typical human features and bears subtle similarities to the description of trolls in the wizarding world. Mountain trolls are described as large, lumbering creatures with disproportionate features, including prominent brows, small eyes, and gray, boulder-like skin. They are known for their immense physical strength, limited intelligence, and aggressive temperament. Of course, Umbridge does not display the full physical characteristics of a troll. She is small rather than large, and her skin is not stone gray. But what if she carries just enough troll ancestry to influence her appearance, without manifesting the full troll physiology? Imagine, if you will, a distant ancestor in the Umbridge family line, perhaps 5 or 6 generations back, who formed an unlikely alliance or relationship with a mountain troll of unusual intelligence. Such unions, while rare and generally taboo in wizarding society, are not entirely without precedent. We know that half-giants exist, as demonstrated by Hagrid and Madame Maxime. We know that Vila can interbreed with humans, as shown by Fleur Delacour's family. Why then might it not be possible for other magical beings, including trolls, to have human descendants? Over generations, the more obvious troll characteristics would be bred out through marriages with ordinary witches and wizards. The towering height, the stone-gray skin, the most prominent physical features would recede, but certain traits might persist. The squatness of build, the wide face, the unusual proportions. These might be precisely the features we see in Dolores Umbridge. This theory becomes more compelling when we consider certain aspects of Umbridge's personality and behavior. Despite her position of authority at the Ministry and her clearly advanced magical abilities, Umbridge displays a remarkable lack of subtlety in her thinking and actions. Her solutions to problems are often direct, crude, and brutish, not unlike the simple, straightforward approach a troll might take. Her use of a blood quill to punish students, her attempt to use the Cruciatus curse on Harry, her sending of Dementors to Little Winging, all represent approaches that favor brute force over nuance. Trolls are known for their aggressive territoriality, a trait that Umbridge displays in her fierce protection of what she considers her domain. As Hogwarts High Inquisitor, she systematically carved out territory within the school, marking it with her presence through educational decrees, pink office decor, and the persistent sound of her throat clearing, hem, hem. This behavior parallels the way trolls establish and defend their territories in the wild. Picture Umbridge's office at Hogwarts, adorned with ornamental plates featuring Technicolor kittens against bright pink walls. At first glance, this decorative choice seems merely a manifestation of a saccharine personality, but consider it from another perspective. Trolls are known to collect shiny objects and decorate their lairs with items they find attractive. Umbridge's collection of plates, while more refined than a troll's typical hoard, might represent the same instinctual behavior, culturally elevated, but stemming from the same primitive urge to gather and display. Even Umbridge's notorious hatred of half-breeds could be explained by this theory. It's not uncommon for individuals with hidden mixed heritage to overcompensate by displaying extreme prejudice against those whose non-human ancestry is visible. Her campaign against centaurs, merpeople, and particularly werewolves might be a psychological projection, a desperate attempt to distance herself from her own mixed ancestry by attacking others with similar backgrounds. This theory might also explain Umbridge's extraordinary resistance to centaur attacks in the Forbidden Forest. When she was carried off by the centaur herd, after insulting them, she returned physically intact, though severely traumatized. Trolls are known for their thick skin and resistance to physical damage. Might a trace of this resilience have protected Umbridge during her ordeal? Consider too her affinity for the color pink, a shade strikingly at odds with her personality and actions. This preference might represent an overcorrection, an attempt to surround herself with a color associated with sweetness and femininity, to counterbalance what she subconsciously recognizes as her troll-like nature. The juxtaposition of her girlish giggle with her toad-like appearance creates a dissonance that many find deeply unsettling. Perhaps because it represents the unnatural merging of human and non-human characteristics. Umbridge's exceptional aptitude for certain types of magic might also hint at her theoretical heritage. She demonstrates particular skill with darker, more primitive magics. She can produce a corporeal Patronus, despite her cruel nature, and she handles the Locket Horcrux with apparent immunity to its negative effects. Trolls, while not wizards, possess their own form of magic, a primitive, resistant power that might, when mixed with human magical ability, create unique magical affinities and resistances. The silver cat Patronus that Umbridge produces offers another intriguing clue. Cats are predators with territorial instincts, not unlike trolls in their basic nature, though far more refined. That her inner protective spirit takes this form, rather than something genuinely sweet or nurturing, suggests that beneath her pink cardigans and kitten plates lies a predatory and territorial nature, more aligned with her theoretical troll ancestry than with her carefully constructed human facade. Another curious detail is Umbridge's remarkable physical strength, displayed when she stunned Minerva McGonagall with multiple stunning spells, an attack that, according to Madame Pomfrey, would have killed most witches her age. Might this unusual resilience be attributed to troll heritage, lending her a constitutional fortitude beyond that of an ordinary witch? It's worth considering how such ancestry might have affected Umbridge's position in wizarding society. Unlike Hagrid, whose half-giant status was visibly obvious and resulted in prejudice and limited opportunities, Umbridge's theoretical troll heritage would be sufficiently diluted to avoid immediate detection. Yet she might still have grown up with awareness of her difference, perhaps through family secrets, childhood taunts about her appearance, or her own research into her ancestry. This awareness might explain her desperate climb for power and status within the Ministry, an attempt to compensate for what she perceived as the shameful secret of her bloodline. Her extreme emphasis on blood purity during her time with the Muggle-born Registration Commission represents the classic behavior of a convert showing more zeal than those born to the cause, in this case perhaps a witch with mixed ancestry trying to establish herself as a champion of magical purity. There are, naturally, counter-arguments to this theory. Some might point out that Umbridge's unpleasant physical characteristics could simply be unfortunate human traits rather than indicators of mixed ancestry. Her toad-like appearance might be nothing more than an authorial device to signal her unpleasant character to readers, following the literary tradition of matching physical appearance to moral quality. Others might argue that if Umbridge had troll ancestry, it would likely be common knowledge within the Ministry, given the wizarding world's general awareness of individuals with mixed heritage. However, this assumes that all mixed ancestry is equally obvious or equally tracked. While half-giant status seems difficult to conceal, more distant non-human ancestry might fly beneath the radar of casual observation, particularly if the individual in question goes to great lengths to present themselves as a pure-blood witch or wizard. Some might question how someone with troll ancestry could rise so high in the Ministry of Magic, given the general prejudice against non-human beings in wizarding government. Yet this assumes that Umbridge's ancestry would be known to others, if she herself was unaware of it, or if it was a closely guarded family secret. There would be no official record to prevent her advancement. Additionally, her extreme positions against half-breeds might have effectively deflected any suspicion about her own background. As we consider this theory, we might also wonder about the implications for Umbridge's eventual fate. After the fall of Voldemort, she was reportedly tried and imprisoned in Azkaban for her crimes against Muggleborns. Would her theoretical troll heritage have affected her experience of imprisonment? Trolls are known to be highly territorial and to react poorly to confinement. Might her time in Azkaban have brought more of her troll-like nature to the surface, as the carefully maintained facade of propriety crumbled under the strain? As the night deepens around us, and the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary grow ever more permeable, we might wonder what other mixed ancestries might lie hidden within the wizarding world's supposedly pure bloodlines. If someone as prominent as Dolores Umbridge could potentially carry troll blood without public knowledge, what other secrets might be concealed in family trees throughout wizarding Britain? And how might these hidden heritages influence not just individual witches and wizards, but the very fabric of magical society itself? Chapter 7. Why Dumbledore's army continued for generations after Harry. Some legacies transcend their original purpose, evolving to meet the changing needs of new generations. As we settle into this contemplative evening, let us explore the compelling theory that Dumbledore's army, that secret student organization founded in defiance of Umbridge's educational tyranny, might not have disbanded after the Battle of Hogwarts, but instead continued for generations, becoming a lasting institution within the walls of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In canonical texts, Dumbledore's army, or the DA, as its members affectionately called it, was formed in Harry's 5th year, as a direct response to Dolores Umbridge's refusal to teach practical defensive magic. Led by Harry Potter, the group met secretly in the Room of Requirement, practicing spells and defensive techniques that would later prove crucial during confrontations with Death Eaters and in the final Battle of Hogwarts. After Voldemort's defeat, the canonical record falls silent on the fate of this remarkable student organization. But consider the profound impact the DA had on its members. For many students, it represented their first experience of genuine agency in their magical education, a space where they could learn practical skills relevant to the challenges they faced, guided by their own needs, rather than ministry-approved curriculum. The coins, enchanted by Hermione to communicate meeting times, demonstrated innovative magical thinking beyond ordinary classroom assignments. The Dumbledore's Army experience was, in many ways, the most authentic educational environment many students had encountered at Hogwarts. Imagine the aftermath of the Battle of Hogwarts, as the school was rebuilt and classes resumed. The returning students, particularly those who had fought alongside Harry, would have been forever changed by their experiences. Many had lost friends and family. All had witnessed horrors beyond their years. These students would have developed a profound appreciation for practical defensive magic and for the power of solidarity among students. In those first post-war years, there would have been a critical need for healing and processing trauma. What if the surviving members of the original DA, students like Ginny Weasley, Luna Lovegood, and Neville Longbottom, who returned to complete their education, reconvened the group not just for defensive training but as a support network? The Room of Requirement, which had provided the perfect training ground, could just as easily transform into a therapeutic space where students could share experiences, practice defensive magic that helped them feel secure, and collectively work through their war experiences. Picture the Room of Requirement transformed for these post-war meetings, perhaps with comfortable cushions arranged in a circle, a gentle fire burning in a hearth, and cabinets containing not just defensive magical instruments, but also healing potions and calming teas. Here, students might practice both shield charms and emotional resilience, learning to manage the after-effects of trauma through both magical and psychological techniques. Under Neville's guidance especially, given his eventual position as professor of herbology, the D.A. might have evolved to incorporate magical botanicals with healing properties. Luna might have introduced techniques for mental resilience drawn from her unique perspective on the world. Ginny, with her first-hand experience of possession by Voldemort via the diary Horcrux, might have helped others process their own experiences with dark magic. As these original members eventually graduated, the natural progression would be to pass leadership to younger students who had joined after the war. The organization would likely have evolved with each new generation of leadership, adapting to address the current needs of the student body. What began as a resistance movement against educational tyranny would transform into something more enduring, a student-led complement to formal Hogwarts education, filling gaps in the curriculum and addressing needs that formal classes couldn't meet. Over the decades following the war, the meaning of the name Dumbledore's Army would likely evolve as well. For the founding members, it was a deliberate provocation against the Ministry's fear of Dumbledore building a military force. For the next generation, it might represent commitment to Dumbledore's broader educational philosophy, that magic is best learned through experience, and that moral development is as important as magical technique. For later generations, the name might become more symbolic, honoring the legacy of both Dumbledore and the students who fought to defend Hogwarts. The continued existence of the DA would have significant implications for Hogwarts culture. It would represent an institutionalization of student empowerment, a recognition that education flows not just from teachers to students, but between peers with different strengths and experiences. Each generation of students would benefit from a space where they could practice magic beyond classroom restrictions, develop leadership skills, and form connections across house boundaries. Imagine new first years arriving at Hogwarts decades after the battle, hearing whispered rumors of a secret student group that meets in a room that appears only when needed. Picture the careful vetting process, as existing members identify students who might benefit from or contribute to the group. The enchanted coins might still be used, their design perhaps modified over the years, but maintaining the basic protean charm that Hermione so brilliantly devised. The room of requirement itself would continue to adapt to the changing needs of each D.A. generation. During peaceful times, it might manifest as a more academically focused space, with extensive libraries and practice areas for advanced spellwork beyond the standard curriculum. In periods of social tension or external threats, it might revert to something closer to its original purpose, focusing on defensive magic and security. This theory becomes particularly compelling when we consider the educational reforms that would likely have followed the Second Wizarding War. The Ministry's attempt to control Hogwarts' curriculum had disastrous consequences, leaving students unprepared for real dangers. Post-war educational policy would presumably emphasize practical defensive magic and critical thinking. However, bureaucracy changes slowly, and even reformed educational systems have limitations. The DA would serve as a nimble complement to formal education, able to adapt quickly to emerging needs without waiting for curriculum approval. Consider how different Hogwarts professors might view this continuing organization. Minerva McGonagall, who supported the original DA, despite its technical violation of Umbridge's educational decrees, might quietly encourage its continuation, recognizing its value in student development. Neville Longbottom, eventually returning as herbology professor, would likely be an active supporter, perhaps serving as a faculty advisor while still respecting student autonomy. Other professors might maintain a policy of benign ignorance, aware of the group's existence, but choosing not to officially acknowledge it, allowing students the space for self-direction. The continuing DA would likely develop traditions and rites of passage that strengthened intergenerational bonds. Perhaps graduating members would add their names to a concealed list in the Room of Requirement, creating a continuous record of participation stretching back to the original members. Maybe certain spells or techniques would be passed down directly from one student generation to the next, creating a parallel curriculum of practical magic with its own lineage. What makes this theory particularly poignant is how it honors the original purpose of Dumbledore's army, while allowing it to grow beyond its wartime origins. What began as resistance became rebuilding, then enrichment, then tradition, each generation finding in the DA framework what they most needed from their magical education. There are, of course, counterarguments to this theory. Some might suggest that once the immediate threat of Voldemort passed and defense against the dark arts resumed normal instruction, the need for such a group would diminish. Others might argue that the very secrecy that protected the original DA would make intergenerational continuity difficult to maintain. However, these objections underestimate both the transformative impact of the original DA experience on its members and the enduring appeal of student autonomy. The DA was never merely about learning spells that Umbridge refused to teach. It was about students taking ownership of their education, forming connections across house divides, and discovering their own capabilities as both learners and leaders. These aspects would remain valuable even in a reformed Hogwarts. As for secrecy, the wizarding world has demonstrated remarkable ability to preserve knowledge through generations, despite official suppression, from the location of the Chamber of Secrets to the creation of the Marauder's Map. The enchanted coins, the concealed Room of Requirement entrance, and the carefully maintained secrecy protocols could certainly be passed down through overlapping generations of students. The continuing Dumbledore's army would serve as a living memorial to those who fought in the Battle of Hogwarts, not a static monument, but an evolving institution that embodies the values they fought to protect. Solidarity, practical knowledge, courage, and the right of young witches and wizards to prepare themselves for the challenges of their world. As stars appear in the night sky beyond your window, consider how this theoretical continued DA might look a century after its founding. Picture Hogwarts students from the 2090 CES gathering in the Room of Requirement, practicing spells beneath a banner that has been carefully preserved and remade over decades. On the walls hang photographs of past DA generations, moving images of students from the 2020s, 2040s, 2060s, all practicing the same fundamental spells, but each group with their own innovations and adaptations. The current leaders might begin each meeting by lighting candles to honor the founders, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and all those original members whose courage created this enduring legacy. What challenges might these future students face? What new spells might they develop? How might the DA continue to evolve to meet the needs of a wizarding world we can barely imagine? And how might the existence of this continuous student organization have subtly shaped Hogwarts culture over generations, creating a school more attuned to student voice and more resilient against future threats? Chapter 8. The Secrets of the Marauder's Map. Even its creators didn't know. Magical artifacts often contain depths that transcend the intentions of their makers. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the world grows quiet, let us unfold the weathered parchment of possibility and explore the theory that the Marauder's Map, that remarkable creation of 4 talented Hogwarts students, might harbor secrets and capabilities even Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs never fully understood. In the canonical record, the Marauder's Map was created by James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew during their time at Hogwarts. This extraordinary magical artifact displays a detailed layout of Hogwarts castle and grounds, including secret passages, and shows the location and movement of every person within its boundaries as labeled dots. The map requires the password. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good to reveal its contents, and Mischief managed to become blank again. It proved invaluable to Harry throughout his Hogwarts years, allowing him to navigate the castle unseen and monitor the movements of those he wished to avoid or track. But what if the map's capabilities extend far beyond what its teenage creators intended or even understood? What if, in the process of creating this magical masterpiece, the Marauders inadvertently tapped into deeper aspects of Hogwarts magic than they realized, creating an artifact with properties that remained dormant or undiscovered during their lifetimes? Imagine the scene of the map's creation: 4 exceptionally talented young wizards, working together over months or perhaps years, combining their unique magical strengths. Remus Lupin, with his deep understanding of defensive magic and detection spells. Sirius Black, naturally gifted and raised in a household steeped in ancient magical traditions. James Potter, brilliant at transfiguration and creative spell modification. And Peter Pettigrew, often underestimated, but clearly capable of complex magic when properly motivated. These 4 friends would have researched and experimented extensively, layering spell upon spell onto ordinary parchment. They likely incorporated aspects of ancient magic found in forgotten books in the Hogwarts library, perhaps combining traditional techniques with innovative modifications of their own devising. In their youthful enthusiasm and ambition, might they have woven together magical elements without fully understanding how they would interact over time? Consider the possibility that the Marauder's Map is not merely displaying information gathered in real time, but is actually connected to the deepest magical foundations of Hogwarts itself. The castle is known to be one of the most magically significant locations in Britain, built by 4 of the greatest witches and wizards of their age, and steeped in centuries of accumulated magical energy. What if the map, through some accidental genius of its creators, formed a permanent link to this magical core? Such a connection might explain one of the map's most remarkable features: its ability to identify individuals regardless of disguise, invisibility, or transformation. The map recognized Peter Pettigrew, despite his 12 years as a rat. It could detect Harry under his invisibility cloak. It even showed Barty Crouch Jr., despite his use of Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Mad-Eye Moody. This suggests the map identifies people on a deeper level than mere physical appearance, perhaps reading their magical signature or even their soul. This soul recognition capability might be an unintended consequence of the spells used to create the map. Perhaps the Marauders, attempting to ensure the map would show an Imagi in their animal forms, crucial for their midnight adventures, inadvertently created a system that recognizes the fundamental magical identity of individuals, regardless of physical form. They might have been aware it could detect an Imagi, but never realized the full implications of what they'd created. A magical artifact that can perceive the true essence of a person beyond any disguise. Imagine the map, not just as a tool for tracking movement, but as a semi-sentient magical entity with a connection to Hogwarts itself. This would explain why it seems to have a personality of its own, as demonstrated when it insulted Snape, who attempted to read it without the password. This wasn't merely a charm placed on the map by the Marauders, but rather a manifestation of the map's own developing consciousness, shaped by the personalities of its creators, but evolving beyond them. What other capabilities might such a map possess that remained undiscovered? Perhaps it can detect not just the presence of individuals, but certain emotional or magical states. It might be able to show when powerful magic is being performed within the castle, displaying not just where people are but what they're doing magically. This could explain why Fred and George Weasley, who possessed the map for years, became so adept at timing their mischief. The map might have given them more information than merely the locations of teachers and prefects. Consider too the possibility that the map contains layers of information accessible through different commands or conditions. We know of only 2 password phrases associated with the map. But what if there are others? What if certain revelations only appear under specific circumstances, during particular astronomical alignments, or in response to specific magical events occurring within Hogwarts? Picture the map revealing new passages or rooms that appear in Hogwarts only under certain conditions, like the Room of Requirement. The Marauders might have been aware of some of these conditional spaces but not all. The map, connected to the castle's magic, might be aware of secret areas that even the Founders didn't fully document, magical spaces that formed over centuries as the castle's own magic evolved and adapted. Another intriguing possibility is that the map might be capable of showing the past, or even possible futures within Hogwarts. Since it appears to be connected to the castle on a fundamental magical level, it might have access to traces of past events that have left their mark on the location. Imagine if, under certain circumstances, or with the right command, the map could display the movements of individuals from years, or even centuries ago, revealing historical events that occurred within the castle walls. This temporal aspect might explain certain anomalies users of the map might have noticed but dismissed. Brief appearances of unfamiliar names, dots that move in unusual patterns, or areas of the castle that occasionally appear changed from their usual configuration. These could be glimpses of Hogwarts' past or future bleeding through into the map's current display, visible only momentarily before the map's primary enchantment reasserts the present reality. The map might also have a unique relationship with the castle's own semi-sentient nature. Hogwarts is described as having a certain awareness, staircases that move deliberately, doors that appear and disappear, the Room of Requirement that responds to need. If the map is connected to this aspect of Hogwarts, it might be capable of communicating with the castle in ways its creators never imagined. Perhaps it could influence small aspects of the castle's behavior, encouraging a staircase to remain in place for a map holder in a hurry, or ensuring a needed doorway remains accessible. This theory becomes particularly compelling when we consider the map's relationship with Harry Potter. The map came into Harry's possession through Fred and George Weasley, but there's a curious synchronicity to this transfer. The son of one of the map's creators receives the map just when he has the greatest need of it. Might the map itself, with its connection to Hogwarts and possible semi-sentience, have influenced events to ensure it returned to a Potter? Might it have recognized Harry, not just as James Potter's son, but as someone with a crucial role to play in the future of Hogwarts? Throughout Harry's adventures at Hogwarts, the map seems to provide exactly what he needs at critical moments. It reveals Peter Pettigrew's presence, exposing the truth about Sirius Black's innocence. It helps Harry navigate the castle during the Triwizard Tournament. It shows him the Room of Requirement during the formation of Dumbledore's army. While these could be coincidences, they could also suggest the map has a deeper awareness of events unfolding within Hogwarts, and perhaps even a limited ability to influence how it is used and by whom. There are, of course, counter-arguments to this theory. Some might suggest that attributing semi-sentience or advanced magical abilities to the map overcomplicates what might simply be brilliant but straightforward enchantment work by 4 talented students. Others might question why, if the map has such extraordinary capabilities, they weren't more obvious during its use by various owners over the years. The answer might lie in the nature of magical artifacts themselves. Throughout wizarding history, there are examples of magical objects that reveal different aspects of their power to different users, or that manifest capabilities only under specific circumstances. The Resurrection Stone activated only when turned 3 times. The Room of Requirement appears only to those with genuine need who know how to access it. Similarly, the Marauder's map might reveal different aspects of itself depending on the user's need, intention, or even magical affinity. It's also worth considering that both the Weasley twins and Harry used the map primarily for its most obvious function, navigating the castle while avoiding detection. They may never have had reason to explore its deeper capabilities, especially if accessing those functions required specific knowledge or magical techniques they didn't possess. The theory of the map's hidden capabilities raises fascinating questions about magical artifacts in general. How often do witches and wizards create objects with powers beyond their understanding or intention? Might many magical innovations be the result, not of deliberate design, but of fortunate accidents? Magical elements combining in unexpected ways to create effects the caster never anticipated. As candlelight flickers on ancient stone walls and the castle settles into nighttime silence, consider the Marauder's map lying in some drawer or trunk, its parchment appearing blank and ordinary. Yet within that seemingly simple object might exist a complex magical ecosystem, a network of spells and enchantments that has continued to grow and evolve long after its creators moved on. And perhaps in some distant future, a student at Hogwarts will discover the right words or the perfect circumstance to reveal aspects of the map that even the brilliant Marauders never dreamed possible. What forgotten secrets of Hogwarts might such a discovery reveal, and how might these secrets change our understanding of the castle's history and magic? Chapter 9. How chocolate frog cards are a secret communication system. In the quiet hours when imagination wanders freely through the corridors of possibility, let us consider an enchanting theory about one of the wizarding world's most beloved collectibles. What if chocolate frog cards, those seemingly innocent trading cards featuring famous witches and wizards, actually function as an elaborate covert communication network? A system hidden in plain sight that allows for the discreet transmission of vital information across the wizarding world. In canonical understanding, chocolate frog cards are primarily known as collectible items included with chocolate frogs, featuring moving portraits of notable magical figures along with brief biographical information. These cards are popular among wizarding children and collectors, with Harry Potter himself beginning his collection on his very first journey to Hogwarts. The cards feature historical figures like the 4 Hogwarts founders, famous magical innovators such as Newt Scamander, and even contemporaries like Albus Dumbledore, and eventually Harry Potter himself. But what if these ubiquitous collectibles serve a dual purpose? Consider the inherent properties of these magical cards. They contain moving portraits capable of leaving their frames, similar to the magical portraits at Hogwarts. The figures depicted can interact with viewers, and presumably with other portraits. They are mass-produced and circulate widely throughout wizarding society, crossing geographic and social boundaries with ease. All these characteristics would make them ideal vessels for a covert communication network. Imagine this system's origin, perhaps conceived during the First Wizarding War, when reliable, secure communication channels were essential for resistance efforts against Voldemort's first rise to power. The Order of the Phoenix needed ways to transmit information that would evade Death Eater interception, creating or co-opting a seemingly innocent confectionery collectible, would provide the perfect cover for such communications. Albus Dumbledore, whose card Harry receives on the Hogwarts Express, might have been instrumental in developing this system. With his connections to the wizard who creates the cards, as evidenced by his mention to Harry that he has no use for another card of himself and his position of influence, Dumbledore would have been ideally situated to implement enchantments that went far beyond the card's apparent purpose. Picture how such a system might function. At its simplest level, the portraits on the cards could carry verbal messages between card holders. More sophisticated implementations might include hidden text, visible only to specific individuals or under certain magical conditions. Perhaps tapping the card with a wand while speaking a particular phrase causes alternative text to appear, or maybe the biographical information subtly rearranges itself to form new messages. For members of the Order of the Phoenix, these cards could serve as an ideal communication tool. Unlike Owl Post, which can be intercepted, or Flu Network communications, which can be monitored by the Ministry, Chocolate Frog cards would attract no suspicion. A Resistance member could receive crucial intelligence simply by purchasing a chocolate treat from Honeydukes or accepting one as a gift. Consider the strategic advantages. The cards are constantly changing hands through trades, gifts, and purchases, making it nearly impossible to track their movements. The subjects of the cards are historical figures beyond suspicion, and the sheer volume of cards in circulation would make comprehensive monitoring by dark forces practically impossible. This theory becomes particularly compelling when we consider certain curious incidents throughout the Harry Potter series. Remember Ron's offhand comment that he has about 500 chocolate frog cards. Why would a family of limited financial means allow such an extensive collection unless these items held value beyond mere entertainment? Perhaps Molly and Arthur Weasley, both Order members, encouraged this collection, knowing its potential communication value. Note also how Dumbledore's card provided Harry with crucial information about Nicholas Flamel in his first year. While this could be dismissed as coincidence, it's intriguing that the exact information Harry needed was literally in his hand at the beginning of his journey, waiting to be noticed at the right moment. Was this truly chance? Or had the card been deliberately placed to guide Harry toward understanding the Philosopher's Stone's significance when the time was right? Even more telling is the timing of certain chocolate frog card appearances throughout the series. Cards seem to appear at pivotal moments, often containing information relevant to current events or challenges. These could be subtle nudges from absent allies, providing guidance through seemingly random collector's items. The portraits themselves offer another layer of intrigue. Wizarding portraits retain aspects of their subjects' personalities and memories. A network of historical figures loyal to the side of light could serve as perfect messengers, their centuries of collective wisdom guiding current resistance efforts. These portraits could travel between cards and other portraits, carrying information across vast distances without ever leaving the magical medium of paint and canvas. Imagine Godric Gryffindor's portrait slipping away from his chocolate frog card to visit his painting at Hogwarts, gathering intelligence on school conditions under Umbridge's regime, then returning to his card to be distributed to Order members via the sweets trolley on the Hogwarts Express. Or Newt Scamander's portrait traveling between his many cards to collect information from various wizarding households across Britain during Voldemort's second rise. This system would be particularly valuable during the Second Wizarding War when conventional communications were compromised. The Potter Watch radio program provided one avenue for resistance communications, but its broadcasts could be detected and required specific equipment and passwords. Chocolate frog cards would complement this approach, offering personalized, targeted messaging to specific individuals rather than broadcast announcements. The theory extends beyond wartime applications. In peacetime, such a network could serve the ongoing needs of the wizarding community for discreet communication. Aurors might use the system to coordinate operations outside official ministry channels. International magical cooperation could be facilitated through cards distributed across borders. Even educational information could be disseminated through this network, explaining why students are encouraged to collect the cards. They're not just acquiring trivia, but accessing a comprehensive informal educational system. Consider too the magical sophistication such a system would represent. The cards would need to incorporate elements of portrait magic, concealment charms, and possibly aspects of the protean charm, similar to that used by Hermione for the DA coins. They might also include recognition elements that display different content depending on who views the card, similar to how the Marauder's map reveals its secrets only to those who know the proper phrase. This complexity would require the involvement of multiple magical specialists, suggesting a coordinated effort rather than an individual innovation. The production and distribution system for the cards also merits examination. Chocolate frogs are manufactured and sold through established commercial channels, providing perfect cover for an intelligence network. The apparent randomness of which card appears in any given package offers plausible deniability, while allowing for carefully orchestrated card placements when necessary. A sympathetic employee at the manufacturing facility could ensure specific cards reach targeted individuals at crucial moments. There are, naturally, counterarguments to this theory. Critics might point out that entrusting sensitive information to items primarily marketed to children seems risky. However, this very objection highlights the brilliance of the system. Who would suspect children's collectibles of carrying resistance communications? The innocent enthusiasm of young collectors provides perfect cover for the network's more serious purposes. Others might question why, if such a system existed, it was never explicitly mentioned in the canonical record. The answer is self-evident. The continued effectiveness of any covert communication network depends on its secrecy. Harry, our primary window into the wizarding world, would be deliberately kept unaware of the system's true nature, at least until he reached an age where he could properly protect such knowledge through occlumency. Some might wonder why Fred and George Weasley, with their talent for magical mischief and innovation, never discovered or mentioned the card's hidden properties. Perhaps they did, but were sworn to secrecy by their parents or other Order members. Or perhaps the twins' focus on developing their own magical products left them uninterested in exploring the potential of existing items. As this theory settles into your imagination, consider how it reframes seemingly mundane moments throughout the Harry Potter series. Ron's excitement over new cards, Dumbledore's apparent dismissal of his own card as trivial, the convenient appearances of specific historical figures at key moments, all take on new significance when viewed through the lens of a concealed communication network. The beauty of such a system lies in its perfect alignment with wizard cultural values and practices. Unlike enchanted coins or other purpose-created messaging systems that might raise suspicion if discovered, chocolate frog cards are an established, beloved cultural institution. Their presence is expected and unremarkable. Their exchange natural and commonplace. What better disguise for a sophisticated intelligence network than embedding it within the fabric of everyday wizarding life? As the night deepens and sleep draws near, consider the chocolate frog cards that might be exchanging hands at this very moment in the wizarding world. What urgent messages might be passing between Resistance members? What crucial intelligence might be circulating in the pockets of unsuspecting travelers? And what other seemingly innocent objects in the magical world might harbor similar hidden purposes, waiting to be recognized for their true significance by those with eyes to see beyond the obvious? Chapter 10. Why Narcissa Malfoy worked against Voldemort the entire time. Beneath the carefully maintained facade of pure-blood allegiance lies the possibility of a far more complex narrative. As moonlight casts subtle shadows across the room, let us explore an intriguing theory that Narcissa Malfoy, born to the ancient and noble House of Black, and wed to one of Voldemort's most prominent Death Eaters, might have been secretly working against the Dark Lord throughout the Second Wizarding War, driven by motivations far more nuanced than they appeared. In canonical texts, Narcissa Malfoy is introduced as Draco's mother and Lucius's wife, a woman of aristocratic bearing who shares her family's prejudices against those of lesser blood status. Her most significant moment comes near the series' conclusion when she lies to Voldemort about Harry Potter's death in the Forbidden Forest, an act that proves crucial to Voldemort's ultimate defeat. This deception is presented as motivated purely by maternal concern, Narcissa's desperate need to return to Hogwarts to find her son Draco. But what if this pivotal moment wasn't an isolated decision made under duress, but rather the culmination of years of careful, subtle resistance against Voldemort? What if Narcissa, while maintaining the outward appearance of supporting the Death Eater cause, had been working in small but significant ways to undermine Voldemort's plans and protect those she loved from his destructive influence? Consider Narcissa's background and the influences that shaped her. Born into the Black family, she was raised with pure-blood supremacist values, but she would have also witnessed the devastating effects these beliefs had on her own family. Her sister Andromeda was disowned for marrying a Muggle-born. Her cousin Sirius rejected the family's dark allegiances, and her sister Bellatrix became utterly consumed by fanatical devotion to Voldemort. Narcissa would have had a unique perspective on the cost of these extremist views. Imagine young Narcissa, observing the fracturing of her family along ideological lines. Perhaps she developed a more pragmatic approach to blood politics, maintaining the outward appearance of pure-blood pride, while privately questioning the wisdom of complete devotion to a cause that destroyed families and created chaos. Her marriage to Lucius Malfoy would have placed her at the center of Death Eater society, but also given her a first-hand view of Voldemort's cruelty and capriciousness. The theory of Narcissa's secret resistance becomes particularly compelling when we examine her actions during Voldemort's second rise to power. After Lucius's failure at the Department of Mysteries and subsequent imprisonment, the Malfoy family fell from favor. Voldemort took up residence in their home, using it as his headquarters and subjecting them to constant humiliation. He assigned Draco the nearly impossible task of killing Dumbledore, effectively setting the boy up for failure and death as punishment for his father's mistakes. It was at this point that we see Narcissa take her first documented action against Voldemort's plans, though not directly against Voldemort himself. She visits Severus Snape in Spinner's End, accompanied by Bellatrix, and secures an unbreakable vow from him to protect Draco and complete his mission if necessary. This is typically interpreted as a mother's desperate attempt to protect her son, but it could also represent something more, the first visible move in a subtle campaign of resistance. By involving Snape, who we later learn was Dumbledore's agent all along, Narcissa may have been deliberately creating a connection that would ultimately undermine Voldemort's plans. Whether she suspected Snape's true loyalties or was simply hedging her bets, the outcome was the same. She created a pathway for Dumbledore's carefully orchestrated death that prevented her son from becoming a murderer and kept him from falling deeper into Voldemort's grasp. Picture Narcissa in the grand but darkened halls of Malfoy Manor during Voldemort's occupation. Moving quietly through rooms now filled with Death Eaters, she observes, listens, and carefully catalogues information. Perhaps she finds small ways to sabotage plans without detection, misplacing critical messages, misunderstanding instructions, creating minor delays that accumulate to larger disruptions, all while maintaining the perfect mask of the loyal pureblood wife. Her occlumency shields, which would surely have been necessary in a household containing Voldemort and Bellatrix, concealing her true thoughts. Her position was uniquely valuable for such covert resistance. As Lady of the House where Voldemort based his operations, she would have had access to information and conversations that even trusted Death Eaters might not. As Draco's mother, she could influence his actions and perhaps mitigate his involvement in the worst of the Death Eaters' activities. As Bellatrix's sister, she could maintain the appearance of family solidarity while quietly working against her sister's fanatical cause. Consider the incident at Malfoy Manor when Harry, Ron, and Hermione were captured. Narcissa's role in this scene is subtle but noteworthy. When asked to confirm Harry's identity despite his magically disfigured face, she calls Draco to make the identification instead. This could be interpreted as mere caution, but it might also represent a deliberate attempt to create uncertainty and delay. By the time Bellatrix takes control of the situation after discovering the Sword of Gryffindor, crucial minutes have passed, minutes that ultimately allowed Dobby time to arrive and facilitate an escape. Narcissa's potential resistance wouldn't have been characterized by grand, dramatic acts of defiance. Such actions would have been instantly fatal in her position. Instead, her resistance would have taken the form of small deflections, minor sabotages, and careful positioning that created opportunities for others to act more directly against Voldemort. Like a chess player thinking several moves ahead, she might have placed her pieces on the board in ways that would only reveal their strategic value many moves later. The culmination of this theoretical long-game resistance came, of course, in the Forbidden Forest. When asked to verify whether Harry Potter was dead, Narcissa discovered he was alive, but chose to lie to Voldemort, asking only, "Is Draco alive? Is he in the castle?" Upon receiving confirmation that her son lived, she declared Harry dead, setting in motion the sequence of events that would lead to Voldemort's final defeat. This moment is canonically presented as motivated solely by maternal concern, but within our theory, it represents the perfect opportunity Narcissa had been waiting for, a chance to strike a decisive blow against Voldemort when he would least expect it, from a person he considered too insignificant to be a threat. After all, in Voldemort's worldview, women like Narcissa were merely extensions of their husbands and sons, not independent actors with their own agendas. The theory becomes even more interesting when we consider what Narcissa risked in that moment. If Voldemort had discovered her deception, she would have been killed instantly. By lying to him at this crucial juncture, she was effectively betting everything, her life, potentially her husband's life, and their future in wizarding society, on Voldemort's defeat. This suggests a level of commitment to ending his reign that goes beyond merely wanting to find her son. What might have motivated such deep-seated opposition to Voldemort, maintained secretly for years? Perhaps Narcissa, unlike Lucius and Bellatrix, recognized early on that Voldemort's promises of pure-blood ascendancy were hollow. His first rise to power had ended in defeat and disgrace for many pure-blood families. His second rise brought the proud Malfoys low, turning their ancestral home into a base for a movement that increasingly resembled a cult of personality rather than a political revolution. Narcissa, with her black family heritage and her position in pure-blood society, would have valued tradition, stability, and the preservation of ancient wizarding bloodlines. Voldemort, despite his rhetoric, brought chaos, destruction, and the death of many purebloods. He casually sacrificed his followers, showed no respect for ancient wizarding homes like Malfoy Manor, and ultimately devalued the very traditions he claimed to champion. For a woman whose identity was built around family legacy and social position, this would have been unforgivable. Moreover, as Draco became more deeply entangled in Voldemort's service, Narcissa would have witnessed her son's suffering and disillusionment. The bright, proud boy transformed into a pale, terrified young man, forced to witness and participate in horrors beyond his years. For a mother as devoted as Narcissa, watching Voldemort destroy her son's youth and innocence might have crystallized her opposition in a way that no political ideology could. There are, naturally, counter-arguments to this theory. Critics might point out that if Narcissa had been working against Voldemort all along, why didn't she take more direct action or make contact with the Order of the Phoenix? The answer likely lies in her priority of survival and protection of her immediate family. Direct resistance would have placed Draco and Lucius in immediate danger. Her position required absolute secrecy, even from her husband and son, to be effective. Others might question why, if she opposed Voldemort, she maintained her prejudices against Muggleborns and other lesser wizards. But resistance to Voldemort didn't necessarily equate to a complete rejection of pure-blood values. Narcissa might have opposed Voldemort's methods and madness, while still believing in the importance of blood status and tradition. Her resistance would have been pragmatic rather than ideological, based on protecting what she valued rather than embracing equality. Some might argue that attributing secret resistance to Narcissa retroactively gives moral complexity to a character initially presented as one-dimensional. Yet this complexity aligns with Rowling's pattern of revealing hidden depths in seemingly straightforward characters. From Snape's lifetime of secret loyalty to Dumbledore's flawed past, the wizarding world is rarely as black and white as it first appears, and characters often occupy morally gray areas shaped by competing loyalties and personal histories. As the night grows deeper and sleep draws nearer, consider the quiet courage such a path would have required. To maintain a perfect facade of loyalty while secretly working against a wizard of Voldemort's power and paranoia would demand extraordinary mental discipline and emotional control. To live daily with the knowledge that discovery meant death, not just for oneself but for one's beloved child, would require a strength different from, but perhaps equal to, the more visible bravery of those who fought Voldemort openly. And perhaps most intriguingly, consider that if this theory were true, Narcissa Malfoy never sought recognition for her role in Voldemort's defeat. Unlike Snape, whose true allegiance was revealed posthumously, or the members of the Order of the Phoenix who were celebrated as heroes, Narcissa would have slipped back into wizarding society, her crucial contribution known only to Harry Potter. This too aligns with her character, a woman who valued family and stability above personal glory, who would understand that sometimes the most powerful moves in a chess game are those that remain invisible to all but the most observant players. Chapter 11. The love Bellatrix had for Voldemort. In the realm of complex emotions that drive human actions, perhaps none is more powerful or transformative than love. As the evening grows still and thoughts turn inward, let us explore a theory that reframes our understanding of one of the wizarding world's most infamous dark witches, that Bellatrix Lestrange's devotion to Lord Voldemort transcended mere allegiance or ideological fanaticism. It was, in its own twisted way, a profound and consuming love that shaped her every action and ultimately defined her existence. In canonical texts, Bellatrix Lestrange née Black is portrayed as Voldemort's most loyal, most faithful servant. Her devotion borders on obsession, marked by a willingness to endure 14 years in Azkaban rather than renounce him, and by an almost jealous protection of her position in his inner circle. When we first meet Bellatrix after her escape from Azkaban, she is described as once having been beautiful, now hollowed and gaunt from her imprisonment, yet her eyes still burn with fanatical devotion to her master. But what if this extreme loyalty wasn't merely the zeal of a true believer in pureblood supremacy? What if Bellatrix's feelings for Voldemort constituted a genuine, if deeply disturbed, form of love? Perhaps the only true love she ever experienced in her life. This theory invites us to consider how such an emotion might manifest in someone shaped by the Black family's dark legacy and her own innate inclination toward cruelty and violence. Imagine young Bellatrix Black, raised in a household where marriages were arranged for political advantage and bloodline preservation, rather than affection. She would have observed relationships based on mutual benefit rather than emotional connection, learning that love, if it existed at all, was subordinate to family duty and pure-blood tradition. Her own marriage to Rodolphus Lestrange appears to have been such an arrangement. They are companions in devotion to Voldemort rather than to each other, with no evidence of genuine warmth between them. Into this emotional void steps a charismatic, powerful figure, Tom Riddle, now calling himself Lord Voldemort. Unlike the pure-blood patriarchs Bellatrix would have known, Voldemort offered a vision not just of blood supremacy, but of a world remade through magical power. For a witch of Bellatrix's considerable talents and ambitions, this would have been intoxicating. Add to this Voldemort's personal attention, his recognition of her magical abilities, his willingness to teach her dark magic beyond what most wizards would dare attempt, his trust in her for critical missions, and the foundation for an intense emotional attachment becomes clear. What began as ideological alignment and admiration might have transformed, over time, into something far more personal. For someone whose understanding of love was already warped by her upbringing, the line between devotion to a cause and devotion to a person would blur easily. Voldemort, recognizing Bellatrix's exceptional loyalty and magical talent, would have encouraged this devotion, perhaps even cultivated it, without ever reciprocating the emotional component. Picture Bellatrix in the years before Voldemort's first fall, working tirelessly to prove herself worthy of his attention and approval. While other Death Eaters served out of fear, ambition, or ideological agreement, Bellatrix alone might have been motivated by this complex obsessive love. Her willingness to perform the most horrific acts, the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity, countless murders, the use of unforgivable curses without hesitation, could be seen as desperate attempts to please the object of her affection, to demonstrate that she would do anything, become anything, that he desired. When Voldemort fell to baby Harry Potter that Halloween night, Bellatrix, unlike many Death Eaters who claimed imperious or renounced their allegiance, doubled down on her commitment. The torture of the Longbottoms was not just an act of retribution, or an attempt to gain information. It was a declaration that her devotion transcended Voldemort's apparent defeat. For 14 years in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors that feed on positive emotions, her love, twisted and dark as it was, remained intact, perhaps the one thing the Dementors could not take from her, because it was so inextricably bound with darker emotions they could not consume. The theory becomes particularly compelling when we examine Bellatrix's behavior after Voldemort's return. Her jealousy of anyone who receives his favor or attention is palpable, from her contempt for Lucius Malfoy's failures to her barely disguised resentment of Snape's position of trust. When Narcissa seeks Snape's help to protect Draco, Bellatrix's objections seem motivated not just by suspicion of Snape's loyalty, but by a desire to be the sole recipient of Voldemort's confidences and trust. Her reaction to Voldemort's interest in Harry Potter goes beyond mere obedience to his orders. There's a personal animus there, a hatred that feels like that of a jealous lover towards someone who occupies too much of their beloved's thoughts. The Dark Lord has been very clear that we are not to touch the boy. She reminds her fellow Death Eaters at the Department of Mysteries, but her own attempts to harm Harry throughout that battle, and later at Malfoy Manor, suggest a complex ambivalence, following orders yet secretly, wishing to eliminate the object of Voldemort's obsession. Consider also the language Bellatrix uses when speaking of Voldemort. While most Death Eaters refer to him as the Dark Lord, maintaining a formal distance, Bellatrix occasionally uses more intimate phrasing. "The Dark Lord will reward me beyond all others," she boasts at the Department of Mysteries, the personal nature of the anticipated reward hanging in the air. Her tone when speaking his name or title often carries a reverence that borders on the sensual, a verbal caress that subtly reveals her emotional state. The scene in Spinner's End, where Bellatrix challenges Snape about his loyalty, offers another glimpse into her emotional reality. "I don't trust you, Snape, as you very well know," she declares, her personal distrust presented as if it should carry special weight. Her questioning of Snape focuses significantly on why Voldemort trusts him, betraying her deep-seated fear of being replaced in Voldemort's esteem. This is not merely the concern of a devoted follower, but the anxiety of someone with a much more personal stake in Voldemort's affections. Most telling is Bellatrix's reaction to Voldemort's anger. While other Death Eaters cower in terror, Bellatrix responds with emotional distress that goes beyond fear of punishment. When she fails to retrieve the prophecy at the Department of Mysteries, she pleads, "Master, I tried. I was fighting the Animagus Black." Her desperation stems not just from fear of retribution, but from the pain of having disappointed the one she loves. Similarly, after the fiasco at Malfoy Manor, when Harry and the others escape, her terror appears rooted in the anticipated emotional rejection as much as any physical punishment. What makes this theory particularly poignant is that Voldemort was fundamentally incapable of returning such love. Created under the effects of a love potion, raised without affection in an orphanage, and having deliberately fragmented his soul through Horcrux creation, Tom Riddle could not comprehend love, let alone reciprocate it. Bellatrix's devotion, however genuine in its way, was directed towards someone constitutionally unable to value it for what it was. In this light, Bellatrix becomes a tragic figure, not sympathetic, given her countless atrocities, but tragic in the classical sense of being undone by her own nature. Her capacity for love, warped and misdirected as it was, became the instrument of her destruction. She sacrificed everything, her freedom, her family connections, her very sanity, for a love that could never be returned. This unrequited nature of her affection might explain the increasingly desperate quality of her actions in the later stages of the war. As Voldemort focused more and more on Harry Potter and the Elder Wand, Bellatrix may have felt herself becoming peripheral to his concerns. Her treatment of Hermione at Malfoy Manor, the manic interrogation, the carving of mudblood into her arm, suggests someone trying to prove their value, to demonstrate their commitment to the cause in ways that would regain Voldemort's attention and approval. There are, of course, counter-arguments to this theory. Some might suggest that Bellatrix's devotion was purely ideological, that she was simply the most committed believer in pure-blood supremacy among Voldemort's followers. Yet this fails to explain the personal quality of her attachment, the way her devotion seems directed specifically at Voldemort, rather than at the achievement of their shared goals. Others might argue that Bellatrix was influenced by magic, perhaps a variation of the Imperious Curse, or another form of magical coercion. However, her behavior lacks the blank, tranquil compliance of someone under Imperious. Her devotion has too much fire, too much personal initiative and emotion, to be the result of magical compulsion. Some might point to the revelation that Bellatrix and Voldemort had a child together, Delphine, as evidence that their relationship was pragmatic rather than emotional, perhaps an attempt to create a magical heir, or preserve pure-blood lineage. Yet even this can be viewed through the lens of our theory. For Bellatrix, bearing Voldemort's child would represent the ultimate expression of her devotion, a permanent binding of herself to him, regardless of his own motivations in the matter. As the night surrounds us with its gentle darkness, consider what this theory reveals about the nature of love itself, how even the most powerful and transformative of human emotions can become distorted when it grows in barren soil. Bellatrix's love for Voldemort, if we accept this interpretation, was real in its way, yet fundamentally damaged, lacking empathy, lacking balance, lacking the reciprocity that distinguishes healthy love from obsession. In her final moments at the Battle of Hogwarts, Bellatrix duels Molly Weasley, underestimating her opponent, because she cannot conceive of the power of Molly's maternal love driving her to protect her children. "What will happen to your children when I've killed you?" Bellatrix taunts, revealing both her cruelty and her fundamental misunderstanding of love's nature. Moments later, she falls to Molly's curse, her laughter frozen on her face, perhaps the last expression of the manic joy she found in serving the wizard she loved so destructively. And in the end, Voldemort's scream of fury at Bellatrix's death reveals the limits of his capacity to value her. He acts not out of grief for the loss of someone dear to him, but out of rage at the loss of a valuable servant, an extension of his will now removed from the battlefield. It is, perhaps, the final tragedy of Bellatrix Lestrange, that even in death, the love that defined her existence remained unacknowledged by its recipient. Chapter 12. How the Fat Lady was Godric Gryffindor's wife. In the shadowed corridors of Hogwarts, where magic has settled into the very stones over centuries, some secrets remain hidden in plain sight. As our final theoretical exploration for this evening unfolds, let us consider a possibility that transforms our understanding of a seemingly minor character, that the Fat Lady, the portrait guardian of Gryffindor Tower, might actually depict Godric Gryffindor's wife, placed there by the founder himself to protect generations of students who would embody the qualities they both held dear. In canonical accounts, the Fat Lady is presented as a somewhat temperamental portrait who guards the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, requiring a password before allowing students to enter. Her pink silk dress and tendency toward dramatics make her a memorable, if peripheral, character in Harry's Hogwarts experience. While we learn the names and significant histories of many Hogwarts portraits, from former headmasters like Phineas Nigellus Black to the tragic Grey Lady, the Fat Lady remains curiously anonymous, identified only by her appearance, rather than her name or historical significance. This conspicuous absence of identity forms the foundation of our theory. In a castle where most significant portraits commemorate specific historical figures, why would the guardian of one of the 4 house entrances, a position of considerable importance, not be identified by name? What if this omission is not an oversight but a fading of historical knowledge, where the identity of the subject was once common knowledge, but has been lost over the centuries, leaving only her physical description as an identifier? Imagine Godric Gryffindor in the early days of Hogwarts, working with his fellow founders to create a school that would endure for centuries. Each founder established a house that would nurture students who embodied their most valued traits. For Gryffindor, these were courage, chivalry, and determination. Each created a common room that reflected their aesthetic and philosophical sensibilities, hidden behind enchantments that aligned with their values. Slytherin chose a concealed stone wall requiring a password. Ravenclaw opted for a door with a riddle that must be solved, and Hufflepuff selected a sequence of taps that required knowledge rather than cleverness. Gryffindor, valuing both security and the human connection, might have chosen a portrait guardian, but not just any portrait. Perhaps he commissioned a painting of his own wife, a woman who shared his values and whom he trusted implicitly to protect the students of his house. This would explain both the portrait's position of importance and the personal loyalty she demonstrates to Gryffindor House throughout the series. Consider the Fat Lady's personality as depicted in the books. Her dramatic flair, her occasional stubbornness, her commitment to duty even in the face of danger, and her genuine concern for the students' safety. These qualities align perfectly with what we might expect from someone who shared life with Godric Gryffindor, a wizard renowned for his boldness and theatrical bravery. Her refusal to admit Sirius Black without the password, even when threatened, demonstrates a courage worthy of Gryffindor's own values. The theory gains additional support when we consider the relationship between the Fat Lady and other Hogwarts ghosts and portraits. She appears to hold a position of some status among them, hosting card games and maintaining friendships with figures like Violet. This social standing would be fitting for the wife of a founder, whose portrait would naturally command respect from other magical manifestations within the castle. Her placement outside Gryffindor Tower takes on deeper significance through this theoretical lens, rather than a random selection. Her portrait would represent Godric's desire to have his beloved wife continue his work of nurturing and protecting young Gryffindors. Each password exchange becomes not merely a security measure, but a small interaction between students and the founder's family, a living connection to Gryffindor's legacy. Picture Godric Gryffindor in the twilight of his life, considering how to ensure his values would endure in the school he helped create. Beyond the sorting hat, which would identify students with Gryffindor qualities, he would want someone he trusted to watch over these children day by day. A portrait of his wife, enchanted with as much of her personality and values as magical portraiture could capture, would provide that ongoing guidance and protection. The portrait's full figure, resplendent in pink silk, might have been chosen deliberately to capture his wife as she was in her prime, perhaps in an outfit she wore to a significant celebration, beautiful and dignified as befitting the spouse of a founder. The grandeur of the portrait would reflect her importance, not just to Godric personally, but to the Gryffindor legacy. Over centuries, as generations of professors and students passed through Hogwarts, knowledge of the portrait's true identity might have faded. Eventually, she became known simply by her appearance, the Fat Lady, rather than by her name and historical significance. Yet traces of her original purpose remained in her unwavering dedication to protecting Gryffindor Tower and its inhabitants. This theory takes on additional resonance when we consider the Fat Lady's relationship with the castle itself. Hogwarts portraits are not merely decorative. They serve specific functions within the school's complex magical ecosystem. The headmaster portraits provide counsel. Certain portraits guard secret passages. Others relay messages between distant parts of the castle. The Fat Lady's function as guardian of Gryffindor Tower would be particularly meaningful if she were the founder's wife, continuing their shared mission long after his death. Consider too the fat lady's reaction when she is attacked by Sirius Black and prisoner of Azkaban. Her terror and temporary flight from her frame demonstrate genuine fear, but she eventually returns to her post. This sense of duty, despite personal danger, reflects exactly the kind of courage Gryffindor himself would have valued, and suggests a deep personal commitment to protecting the tower that goes beyond the typical obligations of a Hogwarts portrait. Her friendship with Sir Cadogan, another portrait with strong chivalric values, might reflect shared historical connections. If the fat lady was indeed Godric Gryffindor's wife, she might have known the real Sir Cadogan during her lifetime, explaining their familiar interaction when he temporarily takes over her guardian duties. Their shared values of courage and honor, despite Sir Cadogan's comical exaggeration of these traits, suggest a common historical context. The theoretical identification of the fat lady as Gryffindor's wife also offers an interesting perspective on why the entrance to Gryffindor Tower is guarded by a portrait rather than another magical means. Each founder's entrance reflects their values and personality. If Gryffindor valued personal connection and human judgment alongside courage, entrusting his wife's portrait with this responsibility would perfectly embody these principles, creating an entrance that requires both knowledge, the password, and a personal interaction. There are, of course, counterarguments to this theory. Critics might question why, if the fat lady were so historically significant, Hogwarts, a history, or other wizarding historical texts wouldn't mention this fact. One possible explanation is that the connection was documented, but in texts that have not been referenced in the canonical narrative. Alternatively, this knowledge might exist in historical records, accessible only to Hogwarts headmasters or certain ministry departments. Others might wonder why Dumbledore or other knowledgeable characters never mention this connection. Perhaps they considered it common knowledge, not worth explicating. Or, conversely, an old legend, not definitively proven. Dumbledore, with his love of certain secrets, and his understanding that some knowledge reveals itself only to those ready to receive it, might have left this discovery for students to make on their own, through historical research. Some might point to the fat lady's sometimes frivolous behavior, her drinking with Violet, her dramatic reactions to minor inconveniences, as inconsistent with the gravitas expected of a founder's wife. Yet this perspective imposes modern expectations on historical figures. A woman of Gryffindor's era, particularly one who shared his boldness and appreciation for life's pleasures, might well have enjoyed wine and song and dramatic expression. These traits, captured in her portrait, would have been preserved through centuries, even as social expectations changed. As our exploration of Harry Potter theories concludes with this final consideration, reflect on how this possibility transforms your understanding of Hogwarts itself. If the fat lady is indeed Gryffindor's wife, her constant presence suggests that the founders built not just a school, but a legacy designed to perpetuate their personal values through direct, ongoing interaction with future generations of students. The castle becomes not merely a building where the founders once taught, but a living monument where aspects of their personalities, their loved ones, and their values continue to shape the experience of every student who passes through its halls. The fat lady, guarding Gryffindor Tower with steadfast dedication century after century, might be more than a portrait. She might be Godric's final gift to his students, ensuring that someone who knew him, loved him, and shared his vision would always be there to welcome true Gryffindor's home. As you drift towards sleep, consider the portraits that line Hogwarts walls with new appreciation. What other histories might they contain? What other connections to the founders might exist, hidden in plain sight? And when you next encounter the fat lady in your readings or imaginings, perhaps you'll see her not just as a guardian portrait, but as a widow still keeping watch over her husband's legacy, upholding the values they both cherished, and protecting the children who embody the courage they both prized above all else.